Hey everyone, my name is Yuuzai. Letting the body of Yuki take over. I was born September 25th, and today we are playing Ace Attorney. I don't know if I want to RP today. I was going to actually RP as Yuki, but I don't feel so hot. You see, I was given a free drink. It was a black coffee. It was a size large black coffee. I had it at 7 p.m. and now I am too hyped up on caffeine. So, I have a headache. A caffeine-afflicted headache. It's gonna be wild. I am right now drinking some grapefruit sour, non-alcoholic, by Suntory. It is very delicious. I recommend 10 out of 10. And we're just gonna go for it. Yeah. Cool. One day I'll RP. I swear to God, one day. But, you know what? Ace Attorney is a game that's near and dear to my heart. And it just took me too long to actually get to play this game. Had some promises, and had some, like, I want to play it, and if I'm playing it, it has to be a big bang and stuff. I have fan art for this game because it's so aesthetic, but I never played it until now. Holy crap, it's loud. Okay, so let's just get to it. Woohoo! Options. Music, effect. Yeah, can I change the volume? No, I can't change the volume. Gameplay, vibration, screen flashes, subtitles, text skip. Low is fine. Wait time. What's wait time? Oh, on autoplay. No, we're not waiting that long. Okay. And that language, voices in English. Story mode. Will it press through the game without having to press buttons? No, I need to press buttons, or else I don't pay attention. Special contents. I will look at those another time. Oh crap, I clicked on it anyway. Well, I can get an outfit. Alright. Homemade outfits. We going steampunk first, number 2. Shlomes is Japanese jumble mix. Let's go. Okay. Only for greatest 32, that's fine. That means I'll know when I actually end up in the second part of the game. Hopefully we can get through the tutorial and maybe the beginning of the first. Yes, dude, I could just skip to an episode. Wow. Okay, new game. Ooh, and we get a cutscene starting off.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Oh my god, Jared is playing Buried Stars. Let's go. Oh. They brought the ordinary handgun to the people of
But for
Japan.
one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Wait, oh my god, it's the protagonist! Hey, yo, what's happening here? Also, we matchy. Look, we both got Gakurana. Bienvenue à la carnaval. Let's fucking go. Oh. The typewriter is funky this time around. The 22nd of November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendant's Antechamber 5. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the door to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh no, nothing. Sacred Lamb. Murder! My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yuuzai University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough! Oh my god, it's the character that looks like someone Hiro would like. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm not giving them different voices at all. I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course! Sorry! What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. The voices are on, right? I guess maybe only cutscenes have voices. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Voices are on, right? Yeah, they're on. Okay. There you will go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Where's this wind coming from? His headband is flowing in this indoor environment with no fans. I'm pretty sure fans weren't invented yet. Yuuzai University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me! I didn't do it! I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head up high. You mean? I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yuuzai University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma! Let me get my reverb out. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last! I know! I've been forever dreaming of this day! Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court! So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world! I'm really happy for you, and proud, as your friend. There's not a soul in a university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. So you're saying the way his ribbon flutters is his mysterious aura? So good. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean, to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. I'm gonna send... That's so cute. I'm gonna send this to my British friend. Hold on. You and me wed. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then. Partner. You're partners? They're partners? Besties? It was straight after that. That's when it happened. I have no idea who's talking right now. Asogi, may I have a word? Sasato? Is that her name? Professor! I didn't know you were coming. God, my voice has something. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was just looking for you before. You advocating for the defense of his trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I'm gonna lower the volume so I'm not shouting. I guess I'll raise my volume as well. I don't think I'm gonna be shouting. I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. This is awkward. Oh, he looked at me. Oh. If I may. Yes, sorry! You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right! My name is Yuji Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Sogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand.
Yes, we are besties!
As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. NANI?! As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi must have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand! Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas studies. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it! I swear it! I'm not a murderer!
I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial.
Sorry? Oh, what do you mean?
You'll soon understand once proceeding gets underway.
Peculiarity. Are they gonna bring a very young prosecutor from abroad? No. No, not in the past, would they? A shitty jury. It's hard to falsify it. I don't think they think about falsifying evidence here, right? Because that would be a peculiarity. It would be like a disadvantage at most. I mean, I could just stop discussing it, wondering, and just go for it, I guess.
But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction.
Right, so...
As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer it before anyone else. You must say, I do.
I do?
Is it... Do you confess to the murder? Because that would not be... That is not good.
But what will the question be? Surely not... Do you accept the accusations brought before you?
Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It will be Seamar's... What? Surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway!
This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dream of studying broads are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder.
And so, with absolutely no idea what lays ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny!
Hey, cheers to that.
22nd of November, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2.
Oh, he's so nervous. His wind, and it only affects this little bandana.
Anyway. So, this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power.
I don't much like the looks of the people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there.
The powers that have demanded that this be a secret trial.
A secret trial?
A trial that's closed to the ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend.
What? But why?
It'll become clear in time, but for now... You need to concentrate, Yuuzai. It's about to begin. Of course, it's Winston Payne. Or, well, his, ancestor. The court will now hear the trial of Yuuzai Naruhodo.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
As is the defense. Before we begin, there's one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday's event, evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That is correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedures is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it! This must be the question! Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant! But then, if I say I do... I do, not I do! I need to answer quickly. What should I do? I do! Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing beside Yuuz to decide the defendant, I hope it's clear who would advocate. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? And what was he trying to say? Would advocate for his defense. Okay. I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. NANI?! What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything, just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dream of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. No, it's not that, really! It's just that... Well... I just choked on myself. Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he is confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Naruhodo-san. Who? Oh, yeah, exactly! Exactly what I wasn't thinking! I'm not confident at all! In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Yo, this pose is kinda cool. Look at him leaning on his sword. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, he must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. Heinous crime. I cannot pronounce English. As you no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standard of conduct is expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes! Your Excellency! It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am! So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes! Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I can care to remember. But... wait. Oh, I'm so nervous, I can't even remember that! What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess, your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in a court record. But I can't even find that! It's not on the screen! It's simple, you can access the court record with the press of R. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press R for the court record. Alright, there's no time to lose. This is a list of evidence you've collected. Oh, that's not me. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with R. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back.
He's 51, but like the law is brand new here, right? The concept of lawyers, so this guy shouldn't be like, oh, I'm better than you and shit. He appears to have little love for the changes of the cultural reformation has brought. The victim of this case was a visiting professor of medicine at Yuuzai University from the British Empire, John H. Wilson.
So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court's record. Now, you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim and people section of the court record, then press X to present. Try it now.
Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. I'm always nervous if I have reverb on, so I'm just checking. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yuuzai University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who has heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil.
You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yuuzai University, are you not?
Murdering a professor in the very institution that provides you education. You have no honor?
But I didn't do it! This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution of this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime.
So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, isn't it?
Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman.
Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime.
Dude, we were on a date. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going.
Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer.
Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then. Partner.
The British Empire. Wow. It's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson.
Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency!
How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death.
Postmortem. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m., was caused by loss of blood from gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Single bullet fired at close range, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic damage. No exit wound, bullet did not pass through body. They really focus on that bullet did not pass through body kind of thing. But it's fatal hemorrhaging, which means, well, as it says, blood loss from a bullet wound. The cause of death? Well, obviously, that was,
Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find a piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death. Select present. Do it now!
Yes!
Well... Oh, he's really grabbing those papers. According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it.
Sorry, yes! That's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects a corpse to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusion that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later.
This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. What were photos invented again? I know it's a French dude. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at a close range. I believe it's a range of like, what, 2 feet? I don't remember what causes like the point blank. What counts as point blank. Not 2 feet, 2 meters? Like social distance length? I don't remember. I honestly don't remember. I haven't watched Detective Conan in a really long time.
Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before.
Photographic print that shows the victim. He was shot in the front of the chest and subsequently died. Let's see what... Oh, we can zoom in. Not really a lot of details that can go off, though. I can see his buttons missing. There's some bleeding on the shirt as well, but that's obvious because he's you know, got shot. There was a stake in the back, and his fork is askew. There's no wine in his cup either. I don't know if any of this makes sense. It's just good to know if I could find anything suspicious in the photo now.
It's clearly superior to a drawing. And the detail is incredible. Very well, I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
This is it then.
We're doing this for real,
I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind.
The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba?
Yes, certainly. You're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant.
Oh, of course! When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial.
He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he?
Maybe, but any help you could give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma.
Well, my first piece of advice is chill.
Literally, he said chill.
Rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats.
Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. These two are so cute. What the fuck? Oh, is that the waiter? The garçon? Whatever they call them back in the day? Oh god, I have to give him another dumb fucking voice. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at the Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Go home, go home.
Yeah, Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It is a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's been a very fashionable district, now full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Should be reading his dialogue in Japanese. Understood. So Naga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir.
And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Shut the fuck up, I can cross-examine if I want to. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring. It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We had few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there was only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it, too. There were hardly anyone else in the place. Gom. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I can't believe I gave him literally the perfect voice, but like, he looks like he sounds like that.
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur!
But next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized. Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke, you have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness.
If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today.
Go! Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say?
There was no one else around that table.
What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite of him at a table. Really? And that's not something the waiter would have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? I can't even save here, can I? Oh, I can. Nice. Running now. Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm not gonna interject because then we have time for the cross-examination. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I've never have gone to Yuma University otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, no? If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just gonna shut my eyes and say yes! Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me. What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Gonna be the accused. This mere student is not a real lawyer after all. But I'm sure of what I saw.
Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you were mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone.
I don't believe it.
Go! I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you would like to. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone.
How? How can I tell? How can I tell from that picture? That's just a seating. That's just your blueprint, bro.
Whatever. We'll figure it out. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir.
Does Hosonaga have tuberculosis? Is that why he's coughing up blood all the time? My neck's breaking.
The court will take this plan and add it to the court records as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him.
He's got her number on the back, doesn't he?
Head waiter's business card. A sketch of the restaurant's layout is on the back.
Stop coughing so I can check the court record. So. The court has now heard a precise of the case.
Yes, but before we do...
Can I flip it? Can I flip it? I can't flip it, huh? Can I examine this X here? Nope. This literally says nothing. It doesn't even tell you where I sit. Rude.
Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency! If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment.
I called this waiter
as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court, so he didn't swear before the court that he would not lie. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further into this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from the sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of crime. Girl, what?
What do you think I should do, Kazuma? Obviously, don't plead guilty. What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence?
That's what they want you to think. And that's how they always win. The justice system is fucking fucked.
Everyone keeps telling me this trial is unusual about its peculiarities. Who said it? Professor Mikutoba said it. And so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this.
Why doesn't anyone just tell me about the peculiarities? If I know that everyone is lying, then I wouldn't have to know!
God. Focus on that aura, on that fluttering aura. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. Trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? That accused is in fact innocent. Then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats. And bring out its witnesses. Then we will see how just decisive this evidence really is.
He's pointing! He's so cool.
Prosecutor Ouchie, please continue with the proceedings.
Well, you were warned. A young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. You can be your angel or your devil, apparently. In a few short moments from now, that dumb-struck young mouth of yours will be silenced. Forever! The prosecution calls its next witnesses.
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. All of them? Together? Oh, all of them together?
Witnesses, kindly state your name and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir, the great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Yasanosa reporting for duty, sir.
Myself, I find employers of purveyor of fine articles of entry from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasun Bay, a humble premises in the 2nd District, Kyoryo Kurikuta, at your service.
An antique dealer and a soldier, what an unusual pairing.
Both these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
It must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea with the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios in which I make my business.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have been an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele.
Right, I see. Well, to be honest, that surgeon looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking that foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir! It was the black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who had loaded his firearm, sir!
This sense is impossible to understand as the other one! Pierre! But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during the last thing he said. Like a chirp?
So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatened. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead.
Yes.
Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable?
If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start.
Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred.
The judge will never change his voice. So that's the sound that they were mentioning. That sounds like a fucking baby or like a squawk of a bird. Is this guy just 3 people standing in a trench coat?
Sir, yes, sir! Standing to be ready to report, sir!
Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon.
Dude, he is shakingly old. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a technical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particular fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's action with my own eyes.
Every time he lies, he goes, "Meh."
The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
That's already a lie. I was on my hands and knees, investigating whereabouts my mysterious, absonded precious curio.
So this guy wasn't even watching.
Well, so you, Sergeant Noza, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! The wicked university cadet, sir! The cruel and unforgivable enemy!
What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous! I didn't shoot anyone!
Is that really true, Ryunosuke?
Yes! All I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor! After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then when I finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up,
Well, if that is the truth, then that's obviously a criminal is on the scene somewhere. Somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue to who that criminal was.
there is?
It's the old guy. It's the old man. It's the shaking old man. I can tell. It's gotta be him, man. He's shaking because he is lying between his teeth. He is so scared right now. It's that old man. I can smell it. He has the smell of death on him. Not because he's dying, but it's because he killed. Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses.
Cross-examine?
Do it now!
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses.
There's so much room for doubt, dude.
The defendant is clearly guilty.
There's clearly a contradiction! It's not even- it's so bad, it's not even a contradiction! It's just a plain lie!
It is time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly, the testimony of this court had just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst?
I am, the defense. The defense is right to a cost of examination!
Dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimachi headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic.
Huh? How did he know?
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it, it is irrelevant.
Kiku.
Kazuma is so commanding.
Kyun?
Very well.
Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses.
Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke.
But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination.
Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness's statement.
How?
He didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said had to be a lie.
Well, yes, but...
It's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence.
Right. Evidence.
All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you.
He just went... He's so cute. Alright then. It's all or nothing.
I should take off my hat. It's not really vibing right now, huh? What the witnesses saw.
I was in just an yeah, okay, cool.
I could press. Oh yeah, right, and the first time you see it, you can't. Okay, it's the next one. Black uniform varsity cadet fired on the English civilian from the back. And that's clearly a lie. Hopefully I don't have to press before I do it. Because I remember in one of the, what's it called? Old previous games, you had to press it even though it was right there for some goddamn fucking reason. Well, the bullet hole is right there. Oh, and then, you know what he's gonna do? He's gonna be like, well, that could be the exit wound. And then I have to present the autopsy and be like, no, there's no bullet. There is no exit wound.
Yes!
He goes yes instead of objection, huh? Hi!
What? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print into my mustache.
Inconsistency, sir! I mean, yes! There's a clear inconsistency here every time he peeks at his hands. What nonsense! What could this prince possibly tell us that we don't already know? Dude, come on! It's right there! It's literally in front of your fucking eyes! Also, the sergeant was eating a steak. This guy was eating a steak. Huh. Might be evidence for later, I don't know. Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth! Can I get some water? Huh. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there's no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating.
Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court.
Yeah, literally what I just said, Cosmo. Yo, bestie, you got me. You got me, bro.
Cosmo, what?
What are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the surgeon's statement.
What?
Sergeant Iasanosa. Yes, sir! What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniform varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir! Yes!
But no, that just can't be!
And why not, cadet?
Because...
Take a closer look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Oh. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy. Well, how do you explain it?
What? This guy has a baby on his back.
What the... What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again.
Certainly there's a discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixated on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir!
What?
Last testimony the court heard had proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iasanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
Oh, his name is Yes Sir No Sir. Hi, Miso! Welcome to the stream where I pretend to be a lawyer. How was class? Only if you want to. This is just a This is just a lot of me reading the story. That's it. This is a VA stream. And me getting really mad because I'm on a tutorial, so everything's super easy. And I'm like, no, it's like everything's so obvious in the tutorial.
Ugh, that's absurd.
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple.
Bang.
There's no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom.
Dude, I love this guy's fucking bandana. It has been a complete turnabout in the mood of the trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about.
But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there! He was pointing a firearm directly at the victim's face!
But I never fired the gun! All I did was pick it up off the floor!
And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either.
Myself, I have already been quite clear.
The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure.
Treasure?
Indeed, the Hoeg Erakoba, my prized coin! On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop Rasutei.
In the hopes of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you?
On the day of the scrutiny, it was a military man that I proffered my Hoeg treasure. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with a little alternative, and then, after averting my eyes with a brief for some moments, it was there no more, it simply vanished. The koban vanished. Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhaps it had fallen there, and there it happened.
Heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed, I did. I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoeg treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest, did you find a coin in the end?
No.
I see.
A lamentable day the precious Hoeg koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself.
The baby has it, probably.
As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive, no matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on the trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Aochi?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back.
Nani?
My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing the next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could have possibly committed this despicable crime.
The old man under the table, right?
The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
What?
He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegations. Is that clear?
As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir, at once, sir! Awaiting signal to testify, sir!
Excuse me, but there's
something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think?
Affirmative! The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name? Aido. It would seem like those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Aido. Attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy!
It's hard being Nosa. The true culprit.
Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment of the firearm's discharge, it was almost the same thing.
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was. That young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
What happened to the woman? Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than a black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out!
These testimonies are certainly compelling.
Wait, that's nonsense! The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all! Please, enough of these outbursts already! But there was a woman! There was a young woman at his table! You must have seen her! Everyone there must have seen her! If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will expect the rules of the court and speak accordingly! We are not here to listen to your fantasies! It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has no photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel?
Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident.
I need to burp so bad. This is a lot of soda. Excuse me. Oh, God. Okay.
As can plainly see, there's only one place to offset.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anybody else.
This doesn't make any sense.
The court will now add this new photographic evidence to the record. I don't understand.
Well, then just look at the pictures and compare them yourself. Okay, the steak seems to be bitten in at the bottom. Oh, it's definitely eaten or. Okay, let's count how many of these. One. Okay, starting from this tiny bit, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 full spaces of steak. Starting from the corner here. 1, 2, 3. Right, okay. That picture was definitely doctored. What's going on here? It's just not possible that no one else saw that woman.
The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well.
That's not true. I saw her.
She's a ghost.
I swear I saw a woman with her.
It seemed that we would be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we had just heard leave no further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi Aochi, will have contributed to the amity of the two great empires is an honor. Taketsuchi Aochi.
I know everyone's name is a pun, so I'm just trying to think. I feel like Aochi is like ouchie, but I don't know if that's like they just direct translated it, like they just romanized their names, or they translated his name to be funny. I think they just romanized their names though, because Only Sherlock's shoulders just changed. How could this be happening? The judge is ready to rule.
Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet.
What?
If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now your chance is to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination.
I don't know, Kazuma.
The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witness, but make it quick, understand?
Rules can be so unbent at times. It's time to press. It's almost the same thing. He was pointing his gun at the foreign man. He was a young man in black. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises and can confirm he was the only personnel present. Being alone he was, the Englishman dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than black uniform connected could have dispatched the Englishman.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling me the truth?
What? What did you say, Cadet?
I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might have not noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible! Oh, they know.
Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's just not a case of two witnesses alone.
Sorry?
The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, stated the same thing. He also said the victim was alone.
That's right!
Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady.
But I...
If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof.
Do I have proof?
No such proof exists.
Come on. There's blood on that. Well, not blood. There's stain on that fork.
It's just directly on the
tablecloth, huh?
The prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman to be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
There's nothing I can say to that.
What do you think, Ryunosuke? What's the matter?
I can't find anything. I can't find a clear discrepancy anywhere. I found a discrepancy. I just have to find the right evidence to press.
I'm done for. I can't win this trial. No.
Listen, the first thing to do is to calm down. You can't expect witness statements to be full of holes every time, so just take your time and try to tease more information out of them first.
What do you mean?
You can choose to either press or present against each of the witnesses' statements. If a witness is saying something you're suspicious about, press him with all hell. With little luck, you may get more details, which could prove to be crucial.
Right, I see.
The important point is, there's no sense in holding back. If anything ever slightly jars with you, press the witness on it, and press them hard.
Alright, got it. I'll press them like blocks of tofu. The professor wasn't alone in the restaurant, I'm sure of it. In one way or another, this cross-examination's gonna prove I'm right. It's time to press them for all they're worth. My fate depends on it. It's almost the same thing. That much I did see.
Yes!
Hi, Sumimasen! You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
If only there'd be more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her.
Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. Required time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant.
I know. Of course the place was almost empty. It's what you would expect.
Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here or there in terms of time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Oh, it's a clinic. Yes, that would be indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th of November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be any more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit the evidence before, as it really had no bearings on the case.
I wonder... What do you think, Ryunosuke? Huh? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really.
No, time and place! We need to pinpoint the time and place when he got to the restaurant.
Remember, you can request it to be entered in a court record as evidence if you think it could be useful.
Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report to be submitted as evidence or not? Obviously, submit every single thing!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are no concern.
Whether they are not of concern is up for us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense's request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend.
Oh my god, that sounds like someone at my workplace. When I got reported for making a joke. Yay! Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. We're gonna need this later. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first.
Right, I hear you. Look, you can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it is the day after the festival already for you.
That was really awkwardly cadenced.
Or perhaps you've forgotten that these witnesses' testimony leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate it for the accused, Korekuta-san.
Yes! Oops, I was gonna pull up some. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone.
That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and waiter all agreed on that point. Isn't that interesting? And that, let us not forget, the incontestable evidence we have to support their statement as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beef steak on the victim's table, a meal for one. No.
Yeah, there is sus. Antique dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea.
Looks like we're pressing everything.
Yes!
No, it's not the same thing at all!
So true, Bestie.
Medical report was found in the victim's pocket. I can't even examine it for extra clues. I need to know where they were sitting. The kitchen, you can definitely see the seat, the victim's seat. There's just something to do with the steak. Single
fire. Bullet. Close range. No exit. For a start, I didn't fire that gun!
We have a difference of opinion on that. It's an opinion as a uniformed officer versus a fledgling cadet.
I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? No, because your glasses are broken. How could I? And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I blink. I did blink, so there you have it.
Have what? Attention! The sound of the firearms rang in my ears in the very next moment. I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman.
I think that says it all, don't you? And let's also forget the antique dealer witnessed the accused in a most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Kodaka-san? Yes.
Yes!
Yes, it may be true that I was holding a gun at that point in time. But I already told you, that's only because I picked it up off the floor. Off the floor! Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee. I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, a gunshot rang into my ear. Oh, full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas, conversely, I failed to pick up the crowbar from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. It's not that equal, bro. Bro, you just... I know it was expensive, but you lost something. I'm about to lose my whole ass life! Anyway, that fact remains myself. I did see the pistol in hand standing over the foreigner. Should I present the meal picture? Let's save first. I'm not saving over much because it's just a tutorial, so okay, wait, the carbonated water. Yeah, it's the same bottle. Oh, there's water in it. There's liquid in it now, too. There was some dining.
Yes!
Oh, the music didn't stop. I hate this. Oopsie. The witness was not reasonable. Okay, let's get my hint.
Oh, excellent work, Ryunosuke. We gleaned some new information now.
Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light.
I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before.
Oh, you mean this?
Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail.
How exactly? I had to talk to him first.
You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones that you may examine. Press it, and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use R.
Oh, so now I can flip the fucking, business card, right?
Rotate the evidence in all directions to examine it from all angles. By using L,
I'm just watching this GIF go around.
You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshair starts to pulsate, press A to investigate further. So, Parson, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail.
Alright, I'll see what I can do.
It's not letting me right now.
I need to use R and L and A to inspect areas of evidence that look suspicious.
Card for every visit. I can't find anything out of place. Mr. John Wooduson. Yeah, Wilson. Ho, I'm guessing that's Ho, I can read Ta, and then I guess that's clinic. It says Ho to clinic on this medical report. I hate clinics, almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I ever had in my life. I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it, never my whole life! Most people would give their right arm to only have one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. It's a dentist! It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment. That's why, with a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean, as long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one! Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So, you don't like doctors? Why would I? They make you drink horrible-tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, and then they demand lots of money for you for the privilege! Oh, while you're at your lowest ebb! You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less. For which, the only cure is a very bitter medicine indeed. You.
Can we open it? We can! Let's read the last entry.
Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the date that the professor was killed.
He can't eat, can he?
Extractions of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they use laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe that anything can actually stop you from feeling pain. Oh, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure under anesthesia effects has passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind.
Medical report information has been updated in the court record.
With this new information, the meaning about one particular statement totally changes.
So, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you?
Definitely! My voice is getting higher. Dining all by himself. Okay.
Yes!
Yachty! Well, I think,
But what are you whittling, lad? Calling yourself a lawyer?
I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused!
Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it.
Thanks, Kazuma. You're the only one on my side, bro.
I could see it quite clearly in the cross-examination you just carried out. Whether you raised your hand straight up like that so purposefully. You know exactly what it was that you wanted to say. You cut a gallant figure, Ryunosuke. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking.
Alright. And thanks for the advice.
Kodekuta-san, this is the medical report card belonging to the victim.
I see, and? I don't see. What of it, boy?
Comparing to what is written on the report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt a court proceeding with your amateurish trip.
But...
Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered in the restaurant. Whether he may or may not have done that before that time is completely irrelevant.
But that's, Confidence, Ryunosuke. Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies in the court has heard before clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearings on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could have possibly perpetrated the crime.
He did a slam! He did a real slam, guys! I'm so proud of him!
This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst half petrified me, boy! Of course I believe it! How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just a tooth extracted.
What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't!
Kodekuta-san!
What, boy, what?
As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence the victim was dining alone.
Yes! Slam it, Ryu!
But that can't possibly be the case! Because the victim, as we now know, had just one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthesia! Expertly done, partner!
When he calls me partner.
Objection!
What? What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations! Just look at this photographic evidence! You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you!
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant's case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke?
Huh? Yes, most definitely!
So just have undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves a very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel?
Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it?
Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal.
Okay. Well, we can see. Maybe it is literally the positioning of the table. So, what I've had noted before, we can note that there's this hook, the hook for the steak,
And then chairs are pointing this way, and then chairs are pointing this way. There's 2 tables behind. I think we have to cross. Yeah, we don't see them here. We don't see them here. How many floorboards? Approximately 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 floorboards. 9 floorboards, maybe diagonally from the chair. Oh no, I can't see. Potentially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can't tell from here. Oh! The victim was here. The victim's table was here. There shouldn't be anything up here.
This plan of the restaurant raises numbers of questions, I think. Definitely! It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in a moment following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you said you saw there. Exactly, and that's not all! Look here in the upper left! Where's this kitchen? Oh yes, what happened?
No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen! Especially not if they were in a hurry!
You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study hard, Ryunosuke.
Cute. Anyway, Chief and...
Ah! This guy's not a waiter!
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
Well, that's unexpected.
What is?
Well, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga.
Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point.
It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title.
His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth?
I have no idea. Well, let's face it, police have a lot of power and influence if they're wielding it somehow here.
Finally, we can spin our pictures. Yatta. Okay. Nothing else. These two are so cute. Okay, I can't.
This is the start to you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of.
Got it! So, let's save! God, the tutorial's already taking this long. The person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... an as yet unknown third party. Or the 2 witnesses. It's definitely not me. Witnesses or the unknown third party, because Nosa had a stake, but it has shown that in this picture he does have a stake on him, but this isn't the table. The 2 witnesses, because that's not the table. I bet it was the surgeon and the antique dealer, Nosa-san and Korakuta-san. The music isn't playing.
Ugh! Ah! Are you taking the cake, Kenneth? You think I share rations with this decrepit graybeard?
Insult me by associating me with this Brutus carnival, would you?
You're both present at the scene. Neither of you can deny that you had the opportunity.
You addle-brained idiot! I had my own regulation beefsteak set before me at my own table! And as any soldier worth his salt will tell you, you seize whatever rations are put in front of you.
It seems you may need to reconsider your action, Counsel.
Of course, Your Excellency, Okay, I guess it's gotta be the third party. Obviously, it can only be in with someone else who was sitting at the professor's table! You would not let us go, would you? There was no such person! I will not let this go. There was because I saw her!
When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It is clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice to pursue a fair-rate trial, relentlessly.
Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government?
Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issues with you.
What do you mean?
I have issues with them! Those two witnesses in the stand! What? What nonsense are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied while giving your testimonies, obviously you would be charged with perjury. Purge. I can't do that, boys, man. And since this is a murder trial, you'll be also deemed complicit in the killing.
Complicit in murder?
No.
Negative! There was no mention of this in the tactical meeting!
Tactical meeting, huh?
I was just following orders!
That's right, as the man says! Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Oh. Oh, whoa.
What did you say, Kodakuta-san?
Oh, no.
You were just following orders?
Hold on, lad. I was,
So you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas?
What?
Objection!
What? What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair?
Just one simple slip of the tongue!
Order, counsel, explain what is going on. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut?
That's classified!
So you're prepared to be tried as conspirators to this murder, are you?
You wouldn't! This can't be happening!
Yunosuke, judging by the way they reacted to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aochi has any idea about it.
What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are a handful of possibilities. It could only been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, we have a police card on us.
Well, any ideas who might be behind this? If we can...
My neck, no!
If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit.
So we need to name whoever was it that tried to keep the witnesses keep their mouth shut.
Of course, we will need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever really did it wielded his or her power here.
But how? How could we possibly?
Remember how we made progress before?
Before?
We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result.
Oh, yes. That's right.
Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything to make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. It's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated. I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait! Your Excellency, I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every sheet, oh God! I know nothing.
And what does the defense have to say about this, huh?
Well, Your Excellency! No time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. I mean, we already know who it is, so it's fine. Besides the prosecution, the only person with necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is...
Yes!
Well, surely.
That would be...
Satoru Hosonaga-san! Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter would not possibly have that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter.
What? If he truly were...
Come on, Ryunosuke, time to hit the court with the truth! The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity as proven by this evidence.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree, it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not quite sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Give me a second, my microphone is clipping my head. Okay, that should help. I might be a little more distant, so sorry about that. Yes! It's the front of the back of the card! That's what the telling is! Telling detail is! Just say the front of the card, bro. Would someone please explain what this oversighted student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched a plan on the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? Well, that's certain. Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any of this before? The Imperial Police has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. Excuse me. So witnesses there and stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you've seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well? Hold it. Inspector Hosonaga! This is a long table. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence, and also it makes me too quiet, so I am fixing the microphone again. Sorry, gang. Well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once! Oh, now it's too loud. Holy shit. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I tried to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So you mean to say, you really are a detective? That's why he's giving the opening statement. Always detectives give their opening statements. But why would a detective be working at a restaurant waiter? Of course! Your salary must be terrible! I was working undercover. That's me, bro. Yo, he's gotta do double duty. You know, inflation going crazy with the foreigners coming in. You know, the rich foreigners coming in, spending money like water. Ugh. We live in a society where we're all broke. Undercover? Yes, there has been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently.
In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant. What kind of incidents?
Murder. Drug deals, clearly.
Now it's to be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you will also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner, therefore I am led to assume that you, in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting up opposite of the victim at the same table was a young lady, who I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders.
Special orders? You mean to say...
Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders.
But what if this Englishwoman was to kill her?
I think it'd be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea.
Then you're the killer.
The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman had been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason of the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case.
But it's not right!
Life's tough, man. Well, everyone's looking shocked. I'm gonna take a sip of water. I'm sorry you had to hear that.
One possibility does spring to mind.
What do you mean, Kazuma?
Yuuzai University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory is a young English woman.
What?
You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidates for the overseas study tour.
You mean...
But I removed a woman from the scene of the crime. I thought it'd be prudent to check her identity first.
And the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector.
The English woman sitting at the university's professor's table is certainly Miss Giselle Brett. She's indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yuuzai University's medical faculty.
What is happening here?
I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I have erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered those witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimony. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well, my thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to court has been underpinned by a particular critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Why are you objecting? Why are you objecting? That would mean missing the noon deadline of ruling of a ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain. The ruling is inconclusive. That's all you have to send. You don't have to do much. Just say, we're gonna finish it tomorrow. Our government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Council. I will not allow the government of our country or any others to influence the proceeding of my courtroom.
Oh,
My voice is like really high now.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort it to the courtroom. Utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency.
but that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given by the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly.
So it won't be a problem? It's kind of a problem.
Nothing will get in my way. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution might call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes.
We never have intermissions during the first trial, except for the last one. Not last one, the third one, I think.
Good, then we will have a 30-minute recess before we convene.
Wow! A break? On our tutorial? Of course I will save my progress. I want to finish the tutorial by today. I thought it would only take me an hour, but it's already been 2 hours, huh? While we do this, I am going to take a paton. Cause, man, I'm tired of talking.
Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb.
My heart was in my mouth the entire time.
It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you there. You were drenched in sweat. Your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth.
You didn't have to do me like this. I'm taking a screenshot, by the way. You really didn't have to do me like this, bro. Arms like knees weak, arms spaghetti.
It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistency in the testimony. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer.
Forget it, it's terrifying! If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again! Bro, this is like him and doctors.
Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she?
That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start! Dr. Wilson wasn't alone! There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along!
Yes, you have, haven't you?
I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my power of observations are one that I'm sure of.
Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman? Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that?
No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. And then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up... Then wouldn't you just take the gun as evidence? And then see that no, it wasn't discharged at all? I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet. And he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen.
Thus, thinking about a detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay.
Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area.
Well done, both. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled.
Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everybody's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? Yo, the homies from thick and thin. That's homie behavior, bro.
So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way.
Kazuma!
Well then, it looks like all comes down to you, young man.
To me?
Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case.
Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? You don't mind me asking, Professor. Did you know the victim?
Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at Yuuzai. It was I who invited him.
Oh, I see.
I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement to our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. I have no doubt that your pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. It's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. I don't know what voice to give her yet, okay?
Defendant Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once.
I'm sorry for giving everyone, like, this way of speaking. I don't think it's British. I think it's more... What's it called? Atlantic Pacific or something? I don't remember. It's the old movie star voice thing, where it's kind of like half American, half British kind of thing, so that any any English audience can be comfortable listening to, or some shit like that. I don't know. I just felt like it felt right.
It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow.
For those old fossils know what hit them.
Kazuma.
What?
Thank you. Really.
What for?
Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I've already been found guilty by now.
Look, I've had faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend.
Coming from you, that means a lot. Kazuma! Homie behavior. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really gonna give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. This isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Ugly crying. They're sworn brothers, man. Homie behavior. Alright then, I'll save the thank yous for after the trial.
You could treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yuuzai cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course.
I'm sorry you have to hear me do this.
The court hereby resumes the trial for Yunosuke Naruhodo.
I should try to give them more American accent. Sorry, guys.
Prosecutor Aochi, have you managed to subpone the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry.
Let the government scrutinize, that's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely with the good relations we've forged with Great Britain to emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when a new treaty breaks down in our nation's founders?
Again, terribly sorry.
If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then a treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
Oh, what do you mean?
Secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bundled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up! Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with the great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our future.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student. And one who could arguably study harder, too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all.
Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
I'm sorry that peaked.
Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Ms. Giselle Brett.
Yes.
Your Excellency!
What's her pun, I want? Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett? Should I pull out the horrible British accent for her?
Oh, what a delight to welcome such a fine gentleman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea! Someone bring English tea in England! No discussions take place without tea!
Is that true? No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as head waiter at La Carnival.
Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first!
Is that true?
No idea.
More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are one of your sure.
Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I?
Guess your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking.
Name drop! Hey yo, it's my name! Guilty! Yuuzai!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So dearly, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Why are you like this? I don't understand English!
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What?
Yeah, I thought he'd be a translator.
The lady says her name is Giselle Brett and she comes from London, England. She is a visiting research student currently enrolled in Yuuzai University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear dulcet tones and delightful language of British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. She could be talking in like a fucking Cockney accent for all we know.
As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough.
Yes, I agree. Well, obviously you find it English, cause her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it?
Nor you. You're clever. You're clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct?
They speak in animalese. She says, yes. That is a lot of words for yes. This could take some time.
So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese?
Yeah, that's how it is, you know? Just take the international course, it's fine.
She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately.
I'm sure you could get an excuse for, you know, witnessing a death.
Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind to cast your eye over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of this wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
She didn't see anything.
Apparently it was very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say?
Yes, it appeared that the lady did witness the crime.
The very moment when the accused, standing right there in the courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood.
Lies. Absolute lies. In the court, nonetheless.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolute conclusive witness statement.
Well?
It looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. She killed him. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described.
Here we go.
I'd arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. And not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Where's the gun in question?
Yes!
No, I didn't have any argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Why, you filthy wretch! Look at you, black-hearted blackguard! And look at this snow-white angel! I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe.
You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn.
Oh, but he's so annoying!
Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before, and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm.
I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. And until the precise location where the witness is to have a hidden weapon can be shown, this is moot. Her hat? Her hat? You could hide it under any hat. Honestly, her bustle? Did you know that I don't know if it's in this time, but back when women had gigantic fucking dresses, they had a fanny pack. It's not a fanny pack, but it's very much like the modern fanny pack under the top layer of their dress. It goes right on top of their underdress. Their petticoats, their underskirts and everything. Then there's a fanny pack to put your fan and your other shit, like your gun. I'm shouting directly into the microphone right now. She has pockets. Dresses don't have pockets, but she has a pocket.
Anyway, let me just take...
Those are the witness's own words on the matter.
Ugh! That's ridiculous! If only I was allowed to lift her dress, I could prove it!
Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke.
I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day.
You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency! It's time to cross-examine. Slightly late luncheon. What is the meaning of the luncheon? Why were you meeting him?
After 2 p.m., in fact, it's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
You don't keep up the latest fashions from Britain, don't you? Late luncheons are on vogue, isn't that right?
No. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparent at daily occurrence that they would have lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Well, I'm going back to the shitty accent, sorry guys. Yes, when we can prove the medical record card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following their victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, and that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic. What shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next?
The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only.
Yes!
A beef steak. He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hotel Clinic, correct?
That's right.
You're supposed to be actually check with the witness before answering?
Was Miss Brett aware of the fact? It seems so, yes. She had heard the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean...
that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett?
That's right, yes.
The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events.
Exactly as it was left.
Dear me, what harrowing experience. Can you add that to the testimony, please? A travel distance island on the far side of the world to be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water.
Just water?
Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each.
Huh. Each raised a glass of carbonated water.
What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement?
Very meaningful.
That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing? Huh.
The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Huh. Well, sidestepped, counsel.
Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to the official testimony. Gladly, she says.
That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one.
Which one?
The significance that will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase.
I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke.
I ordered a beefsteak for myself, and Professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water.
Yes! I said hi by I said hi by habit, but he actually says hi.
Hatta! That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left.
That is correct, the lady says.
Well, it's odd! Very odd!
Dear me, what's odd about the defense's inability to express itself?
Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you?
Well, obviously, it's cheers!
Cheers?
Miss Pratt just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. If that's true, there should be 2 glasses on her table, not 1.
You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minute? What possible difference does the present of absence of a glass make on the case?
Minute, you say? Could it be that the detective here has removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence?
Of course not! I would never do such something so reckless! But then there should have been 2 glasses on the table! Or are you gonna try to tell me you can clink with only 1?
You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table.
Yes, and he didn't bust one of them? I mean, I guess he wouldn't bust a glass of water.
Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that the Miss Brett who took the glass from the table.
What?
It was all so terrifying, everything that had happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying.
Good gracious!
She is such a character.
Sorry.
As I showed to the court, there's no consequence here at all. There is a lot you tampered with the evidence! Oh, please.
We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady, his luncheon companion, before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray? I could! That's tampering with the evidence!
That's absurd!
Oh, really?
So do we take that you are going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No, I'm accusing her of tampering with the evidence! No, this can't be put down to mischief.
I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped into a small handbag she was carrying.
A handbag, you say? A handbag that might have a pistol, a gun, a revolver, a pew-pew, a gun? I froze because I freaked out. You know, the handbag that you were carrying, therefore you could carry a gun with you?
Yes, Your Excellency, a small handbag pouch commonly carried to well-to-do women in England.
So this beautiful lady has been very graciously explaining how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, that fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearings on the case. It does, because it proves that she has a bag. This student has been trying to confuse this court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation to why she removed this glass.
Iggy Adi, 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 objection! Objection! Well, I don't know, really, just object, don't worry about it, just object! God, I'm shaking in my boots!
If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance.
It means she has pockets to put a gun in her butt. She's happy to see us. She literally has a gun on her. My neck snapped again. This is so frustrating.
Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's deeper significance there, it's the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you said?
Yes. You try to keep up. It's already explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags with small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what if she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which would be a perfectly possible to conceal a gun? You're right! Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. I need to take a screenshot. He called her. He called me. He calls me partner.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire the gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. A true murder weapon, if you will.
Can we just check the gun that they picked up and see that it was never shot to begin with? You know, check the chamber? You know? You know?
You can't seriously be suggesting Inspector Osanaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought! In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
Order! Order!
What's the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, prosecutor? Ouchie.
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? It's your bungling incompetence. Now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. I should start taking a screenshot every time he says partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Dude, your tuberculosis is showing. Oh, what a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Excuse me? Unnecessary in what way? I have to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. It's a print of the photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shoot.
Why didn't you just present it? Why are you people like this?
As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly, so there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Every time he says partners, I have to stop and cry a little. Thank you for helping prove that, Naruhodo-san. Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print of evidence at once! Certainly, Your Excellency. I think you have long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. Anyway. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print such submitted into the court record has apparently no further significance, I am satisfied there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over in the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No! Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was in the start. No, not you too. Kazuma. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. Let the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you could chew onto your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge.
There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue.
There's gotta be something. Like, this hand. Why is he sitting facing away from the woman's chair? Are they not sitting together? Is it the positioning of the chairs? Come on, Iggyari.
Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all.
Smug little.
You still have enough thong.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all the evidence placed before me.
Wait! Your Excellency!
Ryunosuke?
I don't think you can rule on this case yet. This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol in the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic picture submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Now that means that if there were a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then the ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw crunching. Look at this photographic print. As it shows the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with the evidence.
You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke.
I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. Well, I can scrutinize it.
However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph that just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger to it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
Well, that means I gotta save.
What?
But be warned that if I'm unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over in immediate effect. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Your Excellency.
So, take another look at this photograph print. Inspector Hosonaga submitted before.
Before we do that, let's see the positioning of the chairs in the other photo. I can't tell if they're facing each other or not.
You identify the court where this print we see the significant detail in which you alluded. Looks like we're gonna have to take out my brand new eyeball!
Why is it looking that way? I'm looking at this way. Come on.
Why is it backwards?
Whatever.
Well,
I want to say the chair position. But there's clearly that weird stain on his hand. Oh, I can say during this too. Okay, that's good. Well, I'm gonna say clearly the stain is more obvious than the chair, so...
Yes!
Look at this, here! It's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist!
that is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new pimple you would come out with. A burn, you say? On the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector.
The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination.
It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea where the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
It looks like a dude doing a squat.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark.
However, as Professor Auchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown... Chotto mate. Chotto zooms in and enhances. Zooms and enhances? Why? That looks like... Oh, it's a cow. It's a cow. It's not a cow, it's a bull. It's a bull. I was like, it's a dude doing the squat. It's a bull. Okay, we have zoomed and enhanced. I clicked on it again because I'm a dumbass. I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this man has something to do with the case?
To be honest, I'm absolutely sure. It's literally the same shape.
If I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful.
Is he gonna remind you to relook at your evidence just in case?
Yes, you're right.
I am?
If we could just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prize the shutting door back open again.
Just give out counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I cannot allow you to pursue what's little more than conjecture. But what if we had evidence? Evidence that's irrefutable to link the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it. I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color training from Miss Brett's face.
Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. I did, we found it. Just go, let's go. Ikuze! Take that, let's go. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence to prove what that burn really means.
So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates the inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial.
Yes!
Take that! What's this, counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. But we humans look at the scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at times are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would really be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? And the reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? It's the gyukaku, the bull's horn.
Yes!
The beef steak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate that the steak was served on. The plate? Oh!
Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn.
are exactly the same in shape! Ryunosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on a day or not. It couldn't have been the day before. The day before that, it most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
What?
I would say, looking at the picture of this wound, that wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not particularly large, but it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. It was no mild burn, that's for sure.
Can you be more specific, Inspector?
Well, let's see. The plate was around 90 degrees centigrade. A burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable the victim wouldn't have let us scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks now. I have not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it! Something isn't right here! As the detective said, anyone who burnt himself on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are your suggestions? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, Sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would without a question have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchi? Yes, I suppose. So, the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? It's because it happened post-mortem. I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamed we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I could think to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. I'm saving, just in case, but it's like 100% obvious. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from one in particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Excuse me. Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already? Dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beef steak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order, that please, Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous point by the rookie student. He clearly has no grasp of the fact. No, Prosecutor Ouchi. It is you who have no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent, the victim has suffered from burns while at the restaurant. This whole case was turned upside down, or you have not grasped that yet.
Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. It's true, as we now believe that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events.
I didn't either. I thought the burn happened when he got shot. He fell down and then it got burned.
But he died from blood loss, so he would have screamed.
Sorry to say, Miss Brett. You will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But Your Excellency...
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Oh, she has something up her sleeve.
What's with that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
She knew Japanese! She's turning Japanese!
Miss Brett, you
Speak Japanese?
Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all.
But why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English.
It's the most refined and elegant language in the world.
I'm giving her such an American accent. I am so sorry. I went so... Sure, Jan.
As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
Racist? Jesus Christ.
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with all on your own level. Well...
You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear our own words from the matter. They're getting interesting. Ryunosuke.
Do we even need the investigator there?
Unfortunately, I have no idea where the poor man burnt his wrist like that. On the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possibility. Cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigation techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
I mean, it wasn't by gunshot. It was by blood loss.
That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court's history. Easy does it.
I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Forgive me, I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
No. It's a delight me merely hear you speak to your lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant.
I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what had happened here today.
The Minister of Justice?
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then?
Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with your cross-examination. I expect you noticed this little bully of a student, as you put it. Doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be a final cross-examination in his trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with the witness's testimony, I will be ruling on this case immediately. Is that clear?
Reaching the end.
Ikuzo! Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination.
I didn't think Chapter 1 would take 3 hours, but holy shit. Huh. And have you seen the post-mortem report? Probably.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, the little wound on the wrist isn't going to kill us, as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. It can only have been the bullets from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
It doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that.
And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out for the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at the point. And yet, the fact that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, that is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Aochi is right.
That's the wrong part. Fatal hemorrhaging. Pectoral ballistic trauma. Maybe I have to find out if she mentions an exit wound or something.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace?
If somebody is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there is always traces on the person's body.
Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces of all those causes of deaths, true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. It is my Doku was somewhere in there, right? Anyway, poison!
Heaven forbid you doubt me, young man. You're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think Professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it?
Oh, no perish of thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocent into question. On my honor, I, Takatsuchi Aochi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. My neck is breaking, but we just have to look at every evidence that has poison in it.
Excuse me, holy fuck. We need some evidence to back us up here.
Yes, evidence. We've been poisoning people since the beginning of time, guys. That's why all the fucking historical drama is due to killing like that. could say he drank. Now, which one should I present? Because there's probably traces of poison in the cup. But which one should I choose?
Yes!
Well, not this one, clearly. Please. Go faster. She clearly poisoned and she took the cup with her. Maybe I have... Okay, let's test this. Consult Kazuma and then, present something with the cup. Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination.
But you tampered the evidence.
But in this country, you investigate once, and that is the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right, Le Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a it's different if vital evidence may be lost.
Hey yo? New game mode? Can we press the assistant?
It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful as I can. You understand?
Clear blown. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing! He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Aochi is finally starting to see sense.
I very much doubt that.
Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. Hosonaga, penny for your thoughts?
What do you think, Ryunosuke?
I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information.
Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over.
But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma?
What, Ryunosuke?
There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me.
Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett?
Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga.
The detective?
Yes, he seems to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If I might present an opening, maybe.
Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing on her that last statement one more time.
You think so, but
this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective.
Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the evergreen, blah blah blah.
Wait.
How can I... Yes, there it is again! The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why?
Up until now, the detective's been standing stand with Miss Brett as their interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective's just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity.
What do you mean?
When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you find they often let their guard down.
You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. He's even got a thought bubble.
It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought.
Sorry, pursue?
I'll explain how to do it. In this case, it's all to do with the witness marker.
What marker?
Use your eyes.
Use your eyes. Except my eyes looking somewhere else.
At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person's actually making the current statements. But by moving the marker left and right with the D-pad, you can turn your attention to other people on the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you catch the person at just the right time, you may uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around.
Alright then, so first I should move the marker across the D-pad and focus on the detective, then pursue him with A, and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
Excuse me!
What's the meaning of this?
Man fucking dies.
I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply.
It looks like you were thinking on something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say?
If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court. What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works?
Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness.
Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak.
Oh, well?
The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved with flawless.
What do you really mean by that?
I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done.
A crime scene thief? No, he's preserving evidence.
Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this for example.
Is that...
This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took from the victim's table on that day in question. And yes, it's all lost its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated. I don't care what anyone says!
Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it.
One day our police forces will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it!
I'm sorry to say, Hosonaga, that time hasn't come yet.
I can't say I condemn the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence.
God, investigate.
Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle of which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes, it was that bottle.
What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question.
The label's written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma?
I think it's French. This must be a very expensive water. It's
Perrier.
Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Go to France and ask.
You could just say that you don't know. The leftover water. So just carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had.
It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water.
You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going.
No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that! One thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence.
Oh no, you're right. You don't know what might be inside, do we?
You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one.
I wonder, could there be anything in this water?
What's the matter? Gone quiet all of a sudden.
I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. That it was poisoned!
Oh. Very well, Counsel. You may resume the cross-examination. And Inspector will kindly control his fever.
Save. Overwrite. It's time for possibly the last Igiari. Well, he says hi instead of Igiari, but you know.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison?
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died from taking a sip from his glass? And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Giselle Brett! It was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest a thing without a scrape of evidence, you rookie imbecile! Have you ever considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten we had just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you a vaguest inkling that your rash accusation could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one's individual guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We're here to determine the truth.
If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack on— Oh, she sounds like— It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady!
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
She has no eyeballs. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not.
Of course. You did?
Because it was in the glass she took. It was in the glass that she took away with her. Because you don't have to poison the bottle. She would have drank from it.
Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it! Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? In order to test for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. could find no traces of poison of any description in a bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the Chief Coroner himself.
No! No! It's in the glass, guys! Guys, it's in the glass that she took! I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. We successfully established my complete innocence in this hard affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure.
This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding his weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize to the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel of the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point?
Yes! The fucking glass! You don't have to poison all the water, it would dilute it! It's more better to put it on the glass!
Kazuma? I'm sorry, Rinosuke. I have nothing more.
But if you excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Oh, there's more, guys.
Is that Susato? Please wait.
Isn't that... What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant to the defense.
Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carries a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth.
It's the glass, isn't it? You got the glass? Come on! You got the glass, right, Susato? Come on, to be continued! It's been 3 hours!
I really have to pee. I will be right back. I'm back. Let's finish this. Trial part 3. I should leave my water bottle. Well, let's hope Cosmo doesn't talk anymore, because my throat. Well, I understand you're the judicial assistant to the defense, but why does sudden ingress in my courtroom?
A judicial assistant and a woman note.
Misogyny at its finest.
The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I only ask for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. You're too late, little girl. The trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
What? Your Excellency! I am most grateful.
Oh, we're all squishing into this court. Who exactly are you?
I'm sorry, there's no time. Please simply accept this for now.
What is a report about something written in English?
It's Jezebel's Brett's research.
The Englishwoman's?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper.
Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with this case?
I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of curare and its effect on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? I've never heard that word before.
Time's up.
That's not 5 minutes.
Prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There's too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the inside cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it.
This is wonderful, thank you. Jail's report has been entered into the court record. So she was researching poison.
Goodbye then, and good luck.
Let's go. You have long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. Sorry, I had to make a really bad joke. That I cannot publish at all for. I asked the prosecution and defense now once last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Yunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. Let's look.
Poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungle of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. It's a paralysis of the entire body, subsequent death, even in minute doses. Above-mentioned effects occur when poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed the toxin could have applications as an anesthetic. However, a solution of the respiratory arrest causes a result of full body paralysis must be found first. Respiratory arrest cause patients will die of suffocation. Huh? Toxins? Okay. However, solution for respiratory arrest caused as a full result of the full body paralysis must be found first. Patients. It's too late for me to think right now, holy shit.
The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett,
Yes, Your Excellency?
if you wouldn't mind, perhaps you can grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett, it seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however. I must ask you to treat that as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Poison?
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett, we understand that you are studying under Dr. Wilson at Yuuzai University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
What? What complete and utter nonsense. Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before this one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police do for toxins, they'll never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison!
We're getting so close to truth.
Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to the report offered by the visiting research student from England, curare has been long used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known amongst European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it's produced by the extracts of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. It was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. Claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffered an instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Brett?
Objection!
I don't want to talk in this guy's voice. He would have been squirming and writhing in pain. No, he won't, because he would be paralyzed.
What do you say to that, Inspector?
How about me, the one who read the report?
Obviously, I wouldn't notice this disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as instead leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it can cause the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death, suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be living hell. And that is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. I'm pronouncing it completely wrong, isn't it? But well... And you're suggesting that this bottle, Council, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for where there is no meaning of testing? What a happy tale for the defense!
If I may.
All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught some manners.
It is you who must be taught.
Oh, of course. Dear lady! She's gonna drink out of the bottle because there's no poison in the bottle because she stole the glass because that's where the poison was.
So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
What?
You steal another's honest hard work, and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled! What loathsome act!
You're British. I'm not saying this to offend any British people. I mean, as in, colonization, the tea trade. I'm gonna get cancelled. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on an unfortunate circumstance of an innocent man to frame him for an heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it.
I'm losing my voice, man.
The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
What's so funny?
Excuse me, Your Excellence.
Yes, Miss Brett?
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Well, yes, I did see, we're gonna go through the whole thing. She's gonna drink it, then I have to point out that she doesn't have the glass on her. See?
That's not the exact same glass. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant island boys.
Sorry?
To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games, this foolish court and antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers!
She didn't poison the water. What are you doing? She poisoned the glass. I said it an hour ago.
No sparkle left it. How appropriate for this shabby affair.
She poisoned the glass that she took away and not the full water. Why don't you see?
Goodness, whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned.
Please. So, Nukurari, the bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying?
You look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of our research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind.
Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett?
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given up more than enough of my time for the furtherance of a friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with the assistance you have given. Iki-ari! Iki-ari! Come on, Ryunosuke! You got this! Iki-ari! That doesn't make sense. There has been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade. Will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
And she's escaping to London. There has to be poison in that bottle, doesn't it?
But I can't Ben, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead.
Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water.
It doesn't have poison in it because it's in the cup. Coughing out blood.
As I thought! There is no poison in that bottle! What? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was no poison in there, she'd be dead by now.
We gotta do it for the record, you know? Some things your unadulterated naivety really excels. But sometimes it's in need of a good sting. Until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world.
Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent?
That was a guileless ending to our promising line of inquiry, counsel, for which you will be penalized. Ugh! This whole trial is poisoned.
There is not poison in the bottle.
I guess it has poison!
The culprit did put curare poison in Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. Defense refuses to change its position.
You're serious?
Oh, are you blind? There's no possible way the bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw. Was Sprite drinking the water from it?
That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think.
And I believe that complication can be explained.
I'm just giving him my normal voice now. I'm so mad. This is taking forever.
I need to think this through. All the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be.
Very well. If the defense truly assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the victim was able to consume the supposedly poisoned water unscathed? It's just to say, it's not the evidence of the poison, right? Enter the body through a wound. Oh, through a wound. Okay, I guess. It's poison. Yes! Water.
The answer to this riddle is right here in Ms. Brett's own research report.
That's not a valid explanation.
No?
After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter god gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honestly, I'm just reading Susato's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? What was its title? Special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years. To lace the heads of arrows that they shoot to whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were used to lace arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat?
Yes, good point.
So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, wouldn't they? Because they'll be eating poison.
Good gracious, counsel, no, that would be madness.
But I actually found the answer to the conundrum. In this research paper here, under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? See, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though.
But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifyingly poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you offered this research. You know curare's special characteristics, and you knew that you couldn't make a spectacle drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... The swan is alive!
Reptilian!
Well, Renosuke, it turns out. You're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be.
Really?
Me? Ken?
Wait, hold on.
Me? Flesh? A lawyer?
Objection!
All in this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it's possible. Are you dumb? So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. It's your book! But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish?
What?
As even your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by acidic nature of its gastric success. Oh yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, wouldn't he?
That's right. Good gracious, because you stabbed him with the knife, then shot him to cover up the knife wound.
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way.
Are you trying to suggest?
Yes, this curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that.
And at this moment, I knew that she fucked up.
Taking off my flesh, we're gonna sweat a little because he's sweating. But, like, I don't care. Actually, he's gonna hyper-focus, isn't he?
What is this welling inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense. Almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
It's his first objection! Bobby's first objection! I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett! How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead.
Dr. Armstrong, I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know, this poison is completely harmless when ingested.
Now, do I submit the picture of the gunshot wound, or do I submit a picture of the dirty knife?
Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare?
Like, I know the answer, I just don't know how to present it. Return life. As a result. Solution for the respiratory arrest. Due to its ability to render human body paralytic, it's believed that toxin could have application as an anesthetic. And did they use it in... This is clearly a record of some kind of medical treatment. And there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction with the use of anesthesia. It's Russian, so you had it too found.
Sounds like just before he went to lunch. Why can't I skip it?
They probably used laughing gas.
Yes, I've heard people talking about this new idea of anesthetic. It's impossible to imagine not being able to feel pain, though.
There's a cautionary note at the end for all who wrote it.
No food or what? Other than water. Impossible. Okay, you know what? I'll just present this because I'll be like, why would she have to steal the thing?
Take that!
I'm gonna let my neck slap anyway.
Listen, Ryunosuke, there's no need to overthink this.
I always do.
The wound.
Right, so that can only mean that when Dr. Gosen drank his glass of water, he must have had a wound somewhere that let the poison in.
Exactly.
So we need some evidence that would prove that the professor had a wound inside his mouth. Oh, so it was the dental records!
I'm so dumb, guys.
Take that!
I'm a dumbass.
As Ms. Brett was so readily pointed out, she drank some of the water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners.
A fatal difference.
The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day.
So that's it. Use that knowledge to orchestrate this.
Is she gonna have her meltdown? Is she gonna have her Ace Attorney meltdown? Laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You'll see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. I mean, that's practically a confession, right? That's a confession! Not wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this! You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in a bottle or not.
You...
And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right. It really looked like this photograph. It's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little school.
Objection!
Why would he sit to the back of you? No, you killed the victim on that day, using curare! And then, in order to free Yunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor.
Hi, Miso, we are near the end of the trial, so you just get to see all the spoilers.
Before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun.
You missed the absolute frustration I had. Shaking and screaming. Oh, what? Oh, fuck, what did they say? Quick, I'm gonna go back to my live stream. Yeah. Before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Oh, I'm so behind on my live feed. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead body and his chair around. Yeah, because the pictures show that the before and after photos. It's facing here, but in. Whatever.
You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime.
What a wonderful imagination you have, young man.
Yeah, you weren't there when I was screaming and crying and being like, the evidence is right in front of you guys! It's literally this! We're talking about how writers can make stories that make you stay and read. Yes, hooks and stuff, right? Like how to write good stories. So are you learning literature theory? I had to learn that in like grade 12. It was actually quite interesting.
A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused Yunosuke Naruhodo.
This is unbelievable. How could this happen? We had her. But now, is she really gonna get away with it? The way she destroyed the evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish this. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were one thing that you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. Gonna quickly save here because that sounds like compelling evidence.
Well, this is a story-based thing. It certainly does capture my attention, although I'm still on chapter 1, which is basically the tutorial, but like, that's been 4 hours.
What I saw, what I felt. Zooms in. Every color.
What do you mean? You just colorized the picture.
Is Cosmo right? Something in that vibrant memory of the same scene in my head? Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer?
Well, you know,
actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait! It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... Wow.
it's in like 5. Go for... Wait, you have an interview? For what? Good luck! Don't! Why are you watching me?
Take that!
What's the interview for? But if it's private, you don't have to tell me, obviously. Or you can lie. Lying on the internet is absolutely okay. Why don't you lie on the internet?
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this.
Yes? What is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about the bottle being smashed. As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you?
Oh, absolutely.
I wondered, therefore, if you perhaps took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection! Wait a minute! What are you going... When are you going with this, little boy?
It's just a memory that's been troubling me.
What's a memory?
I saw the scene shown in his photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on. It was a spattering of blood.
What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor.
No, there were no exit rooms. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front. Yeah. Good luck at school, Iso. Thanks for always coming in during your break. There's no way that the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Physics, guys. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite of the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett?
I beg your pardon?
Objection!
Yes, I did like your fic reactive. Don't you worry. I enjoyed it. Have you ever read the Danganronpa? One of the Danganronpa on Stars AUs. There's a really good one. And I used to participate in the guessing that the author makes and stuff, but now I'm not caught up anymore. I'm tired. It's a really long fic. It's not the one with like 30 chapters, it's like the one with 15 chapters. That helps.
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something accused? The accused had apparently just remembered seeing.
Yes! Hold it! Update for that, the entire of X-Valkyrie is dead.
Oh.
This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate, in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it.
You did what?
I took the steak that you have been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the surgeon had been eating. Okay, take care, Miso. Bye-bye. Let me type it so you can see. Bye-bye. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then can we find out for sure whether or not a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate? We must examine it now. Inspector! The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Well, sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. A steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector, the blood, man! Show to court! Of course, examine the plate at your leisure. No, No blood. No blood anywhere. What? But no! That's impossible! I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There's blood on the side of the plate.
What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you.
That's racist.
I couldn't agree more in the case of this disgrace to the empire.
I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial.
Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at a courtroom proceeding is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget it all when it's over.
Story-looking steak reveals the facts all too clear. There's so many turns in this. I was so sure that the poison was on the cup. The story-looking accused wished to examine it again. Be my guest. Just a plate I saw. Or thought I saw. Just a figment of my imagination. This is it now. I've lost. No, you haven't. Cool. Huh? What the? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it? I mean, what's it doing there? This is the surgeon's stake. Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. Oh, this isn't the first time today that there's been talk about a Hoei Koban. I've heard pearls before swines, but I never heard bullion in bullion. I don't think you ever will. Again. This is extraordinary, though. This means that the surgeon was trying to steal from the antique guy. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gap. Huh? Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself, really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. Oh fuck, I pressed it again. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further evidence, examination of evidence of the trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objections? I do. That bloodstain was going to be a clinch in the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There's another clue. Your Excellency, please wait! The plate of beef is hiding another clue! Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth! The only thing that's shocking is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak!
Your Excellency, I think I made myself clear, haven't I? I would not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. It's a nearly affirmed ally of my country. That's still your position, isn't it?
Thank you, Your Excellency! Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beef steak is the new clue to be found? Can we lift it? Oh, maybe it's because I didn't examine it while on the screen. The Koban, the thing on a Meowth's head. They probably worked really hard on that localization.
Got it!
Good gracious, that's... What on earth? A Hoei era wine at that?
Miss Brett, this, in fact, the beefsteak you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life! I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction. Don't be absurd. We were supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Hoei Koban just happened to be hidden under that piece of steak. This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now!
He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A rare Hoei Koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Y'all, everyone's just screaming.
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant.
Even though I'm the one on trial here?
The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what's doing under the steak.
The owner?
Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is...
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and the owner of Rasute, Curio Correcta.
Ah, that's his name. Curio Collector. I should have said his name faster. I meant like Korekuta.
Curio Collector-san. Curie? As in Mr. Cucumber or something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable.
Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military surgeon, correct?
Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying he was up to something with his koban coin when it happened, and at the exact moment the gun was fired. Gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor?
Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed! The Hoei Koban, my prized coin! Then this Hoei Koban, do you mean to tell me? It obviously belongs there. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Inference.
Yes!
Because this is the surgeon's.
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korekuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses to the testified earlier back in here. Without a moment delay, I'm tired, guys. It's been 4 hours.
I can't believe we've come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this koban, we'll find that it is a key element in this case.
Man, the way this fucking looking real sus, Sergeant.
What is all this? Why have I been called up again? Do you realize it's dinner time for my little baby Ido? When my son's belly empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves!
Exploited by the police, we were like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, myself and I became ruined a man in a trice. A worthless entity. Nothing more I have to say. The sun set on this Rasute shop owner's existence.
Be as they may, Corrector-san, there's something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory is served, have you ever seen this koban before?
Oh, yes! That's it! That's the one! The very exact one that it is! The splendid, splendiferous holy treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace on that fateful day!
Can't be. As I thought.
Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool, put me out of my misery! Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere.
We found your coin sandwich between a beef steak and its plate, soaking in its seasoned meat juices.
Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously?
Clearly, it hasn't fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose.
Somebody conceals my Hoei treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing, such an unconscionable thing?
The guy next to you. I think it's the guy next to you, but like, you know.
Excuse me. Could I say something?
Yes, of course.
Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Oh yes, that's right. A secret undercover operation. It's smuggling, isn't it?
The Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there have been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. They wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, isn't it? Yes, I took on the job as a waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there's a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. I'm so tired, guys. The place was already a scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stolen it, Korakuta's Koban, was all too clear.
What?
What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who's the despicable scoundrel that stole Korakuta's Koban and hid it under the stake?
Take that!
No, sir. Obviously, it can only be you! Sir, yes sir, no sir! Yes sir, no sir.
How dare you monster!
Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, or am I?
Seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet?
But it wasn't me, it was Ido!
Ido's the mastermind behind all of this. So you confessed.
You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa!
I can't believe we're having a meltdown that's not the criminal. But yeah, Ace Attorney meltdowns, if you don't know. Is the baby gonna testify? Is the baby perhaps not a baby, but just a little person? That'd be so funny.
Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Yesa Nosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir.
Oh, we're getting a testimony.
Do any of you know the extraordinary low wages that the Nippon Imperial Army pays to those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that a temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remain in place. And I have heard it's harder for lower rank soldiers to make a living, yes.
All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son.
That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant?
The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do a reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time.
Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable.
And your target that day was the old man in his Koban? Yes, sir. It was an easy mark. I slipped a coin in my pocket without any trouble at all.
Oh, a veritable phantom thief you are.
I was all set to leave the stake. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I know too. So I hid incriminating evidence as fast as I could on a double. Slipped it under the stake. Hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later time.
Is the old man gonna strangle him now? Because that would be really funny.
Ridiculous.
Let's get carry on with this absurd paddling on your own time.
Well, Miss Brett.
Of course, dear lady, of course! How rude of us. That means that is not her steak.
My god, please just take out the main steak.
No, we cannot excuse her.
I can't believe this. This is so slow. The sheer nonsense of you.
And as for picking up the steak and biting it without a fork, knife, and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Very well, now that all the questions concerning this witness testimony have been answered, I see no more further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone.
No, I object to everything.
Iggy Ari, please.
Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydream.
Oh no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words that got me thinking. What, good day? She just knows that I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. Why was she paying attention to how he eats? I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up.
If that's the case, don't stand there thinking. Make your voice heard.
Sorry?
You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
We have so many. It's the end of the trials
Hold
now.
it!
Hitting 5 hours.
Wait, Miss Brett.
What is it now?
I'm afraid, just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you.
I'd like to explain the contradiction in your parting words for just a few moments.
What are you talking about? What contradictions?
What about the fact that we're examining the wrong steak?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Yes, I'm right. What you said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. Of course you do.
Take that!
The photograph of the princess is seen taken immediately after the incident occurred. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brett has been eating before the professor was killed, yes. Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Oh, you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural?
Natural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you noticed it too, Miss Brett.
I'm
marks? What exactly, Counsel?
Just a few minutes ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
This is not the steak! It's been obvious since the beginning! It's not the steak! Then take a good look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there.
It looks like Miss Brett has realized something.
So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife or fork, then there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
What is your actual point?
That's just delightful. Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help it. Whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, this will be all over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything to...
I've heard enough! You irritating little spectacle samurai relic!
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers?
Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications those teeth marks in the steak have for her.
Rinosuke, do you know where you're going with this?
She swapped the steak plates. Yes, now at last it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. And the reason why the blood stain I know saw somehow seemed to be disappeared. I already saw this in the fucking photos. They've been all in the photos. Most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day.
Except the teeth marks in the steaks are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting tells us?
Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats.
How could you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you wouldn't have presented it to the court long ago.
Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Hasn't been? What?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection! This is absurd! The trial's been run several hours already! Are you saying there's evidence yet to be brought forward?
It has been several hours.
There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
I don't, but there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit that piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case.
Very well. I have a feeling this may be my last request in defense in this trial. Who possessed the conclusive evidence to reveal the truth of this whole matter?
Take that!
That's our evidence collector. The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga!
What? I have it?
Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? It's ridiculous!
No, I'm not saying that.
Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks.
Yes?
Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told this court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak, as well as admitting to stealing Korita's point. He told her he slipped it on her steak.
You watch, Cadet. I'm a superior officer.
Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak you put under the coin under, in fact, your own steak?
Attention! Affirmative, of course! I might have a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still! I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she might be manhandling her meal to hide something in it.
In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier
was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
What? That makes no sense! The plate was taken from the victim's table!
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor does she take any opportunities to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it! To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire!
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly! Surely you're not going to suggest.
Did the sergeant switch to 2 steaks over? Sergeant.
Did switch the plates?
Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. Instead, I immediately lifted my steak, hit the coin underneath. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slab meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when a cadet here was arrested and taken off the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and time, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have! I never saw you do such a thing!
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Round the brass buttons on my uniform. That is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant!
Yes!
Yes! Yay!
So, Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over. It means he took Miss Brett's steak, and the plate it was on, back to his own table. As it follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Early in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That's to preserve evidence. You had taken both. Hey, welcome back. How was your interview? That is correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? It can't have the slightest bearings on the case.
No, you're not wriggling your way out of this time, lady. You screwed up a little bit. I'm sure they're not gonna clock you for just a minor mistake. I beg your pardon? Because I told them I would be okay if they didn't choose me. Oh. Okay, never mind, yeah. I'm so sorry for your loss, bro. Hopefully they didn't even note that. They didn't mind it. I fucked up on a lot of interviews before. I once accidentally been like, you know, I'm very negative and I hate everything. And the interviewer's like, uh-huh? And it just closes their notebook. And I'm like, oop. And I've never said that ever again. Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to be such a problem to you, no?
You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me.
The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing.
Thinks he remembers.
The teacher told me and I shouldn't say that. Yeah. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. Yeah, because then that means you don't care about what they're doing enough to be desperately loving their thing. Which, I mean, to be fair, especially because I go for work interviews. I don't know what you're interviewing for, but for work, it means that you don't care about the company, in which I honestly don't care about the company. Most people don't. But they pretend that you have to care, kind of thing. It's super annoying. Like, they'd be like, why are you here? Why are you interviewing for your harp? Because I'm fucking broke, bro. I think yeah. I thanked him for the advice and I left. You fucking What's got me so?
On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest.
I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate that you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir!
For justice. Oh, well. It's right there. Sorry for keeping you. Here is the other steak and its plate. I actually don't mind if they don't depose me. I understand. Rest in peace, Miso. I mean, an opportunity for whatever reason is always a good opportunity. No, it's not always a good opportunity. But an opportunity is an opportunity, and that opens windows. The time the quiz can assign to be Mayoi is showing. It's time to crawl into the vents and see if they're discussing you. It's time to go among us. Please feel free to examine it. No need, it's right there. The bloodstain. It's clearly visible. Look!
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you could see on the side of the plate shows that the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me.
In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim.
You need to find your priest. You need your priest to hold your hand. Maybe one day you'll find him in an elevator. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. Ugh! Oh! It's time for the villain breakdown. Let's go. That's right, Miss Jezeel Brett. It's you. It's time for the criminal breakdown. I'm sure the swan's gonna do something. It's probably gonna fly away and her hat's gonna fall off and she's gonna have like a... Did it fucking die? Outdone by a Japanese? By a Japanese schoolboy? No! 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 Also, sorry, this lady's racist. Why is it giving birth? Wait, no. She would have already had fucking chicks under her hat, though, because they come out of eggs. What? Amen. At least they're cute. Want some water?
Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure.
The urge to make the Ryusei Jiangshi outfit is winning. That sounds like a little difficult. I wish you luck, but bro.
Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Look you.
Every criminal and everyone who has a secret will have a meltdown. It always looks freaking crazy. Dude, Saku and I have like so many plans to do together, and we still haven't started on any one of them. We want to do the Shinobu event, Ryusei Tai, and we also got Moonlight Disco. But yeah, she had to pay for school, so that's on the back burner right now.
Well, Miss Brett.
I think it's time for you to tell the court what actually happened that day, and to the truth this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency.
Is she gonna lie again? Because I'll be tired. I'm broke high school student. Monster, spare me. They're truly a pain.
It was I who took the professor's lice using Curai. As you surmised, I chose a particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a deadline appointment for an extraction for one of his teeth in the morning.
So you plan to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. This curare is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he has been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table.
That would be me, I suppose.
Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment.
Plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man.
I happen to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact for my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt.
Under your skirt. As I said before, back in the day, they had that stupid little fanny pack under their overskirt, just above their petticoat. But anyway.
So I was right. There were 2 guns.
Yes.
And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. A place where you were sure that I would notice.
And everything went according to plan. You noticed a gun as I intended.
Why didn't they check the gun for evidence of fire? Because, if it was, ballistic marks, or that there were if it was a fully loaded gun with no bullets.
And then, just as you bent down to pick it up.
That's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead.
Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which the point a waiter appeared.
Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn to the professor in his chair.
Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun.
Yeah, we hear that bwong a lot.
So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor.
Well, it was more than a misdemeanor, but yeah, sure.
Your Excellency.
Yes?
I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later?
I shall call on you.
Thank you. For today, then. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
She's gonna be like, you better let me go, or else I'm gonna tell on you to the queen. And say a bunch of other racist things. I cooked something for home ec today. Ooh, what did you cook? I barely cooked in home ec. It was very sad. But I did learn how to make stuffed mushrooms. And that shit's so good.
It would seem. This trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement.
This can't be! Taketsuchi Ouchi does not lose! Not the likes of this rookie student!
You'd better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo! Huh? Yes? This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten! Noodles, hell yeah! What kind of noodles? Or did you... Like, did you make a noodle dish, or did you hand pull them?
You've become conceited page, Council. But the old has to stand aside to make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that!
Hey, yo. How could he reach?
He's so cool.
What are you doing for a year? The teacher will let us cook pizza. Kitchen MVP here.
Hell yeah! 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, Yuuzai Naruhodo presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency!
Watch her, you're swinging that sword. Damn, yes, Kanzaki Soma. With his permit that says I do what I want.
The use of evidence and deduction to unravel truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. The Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance. I feel sure that science will soon bring the new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what will it look like? I cannot begin to imagine. That is but a young to pursue. Kazuma, so... Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. Mission? I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Yuuzai Naruhodo. Oh, yes! In you I sense, how can I put it, the unusual potential. I very much look forward to see how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency!
Do we get confetti? Do we get the classic confetti?
It's time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. He is Yuuzai.
Oh, we have a Sakura blossoms. That's so cute.
He ain't no Yuuzai. He's Yuuzai. But the court is now adjourned. We're so close to the end, guys. I'm so tired.
In case you do the thing where you present the correct evidence, you can get new dialogue. Gotta save.
I can't believe it. I can't believe what happened. I made it! I defended myself and made it through the horrendous trial! Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget it. Good often. All your hard work essentially paid off.
Oh, that wasn't her dad, it was her.
Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence.
Huh. I trust a judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know.
Oh no, I didn't do anything.
Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett, I don't know how things would have turned out.
Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate.
Your father? Yes, of course.
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense.
Speaking of Mikotoba, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job.
Thank you, Professor. Am I lagging? Because if I am, I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's I who should be thanking you after all. Your efforts exposed a true criminal that took the life of my good friend.
Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain.
I know, right? I said I would just do chapter 1, which typically in an older Ace Attorney would take about 2 hours max. 1 hour. Like, less than 1 hour to, like, if I sped read it, but if I'm reading it out loud, probably about an hour and a half. But, I guess they decided to do things differently with the new Ace Attorney. So it's been almost 5 hours.
Presumably, that's where you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital.
Oh, you worked together.
I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides. It's your turn, SOB.
My longest stream is 6 hours. Yeah, around then. It was terrible.
Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. Science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what happens in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on it, the spirits of the Asogi clan.
You're not taking the sword to Great Britain, are you?
Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his sword. Soul. It's obviously his sword. This blade shows me where I need to go. And it cuts down anything that's in my way.
Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes.
That reminds me, what happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Yes, her.
She's getting scot-free, isn't she?
It's not easy to tell you this, but...
What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's a true culprit, after all.
Hold on, let me set up a notification for your upcoming stream. You mean the new Carnival one that's age-locked? Maybe not that one. I have to start making the new ones soon. Back. That one's never gonna happen, I swear, because it's gonna be a collab, but like no one has time. I already had the notification on. Thank you very much. She'll be leaving Japan in the very near future. Shanghai.
What? Shanghai?
Zelbrett will not appear in court again in this country, I'm certain of that.
What? But why not?
Who is talking? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. You.
Inspector Hosonaga!
It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch.
Well, I mean, we're not going to be watching the pornography. We're only doing the main story, and we're just basically letting Saku react to it, to the main story and how silly it is. We just age-rated it for, you know, Morvay's boobs, really. His nipples sticking out. But what about this consular jurisdiction? And also the copious mentions of sexual intercourse. However, we are not going to show any of it. I will get banned off YouTube. We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan.
What? We can't try her?
But who's gonna bring her to justice?
The British consular courts will hear a case somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard.
But why a consular court? Saku gets morbidly traumatized. If only. Sometimes the things Saku and Hiro say traumatize me. It doesn't. It's actually very hard to traumatize me.
It's not really that hard. I guess I just need to have a traumatic moment. But, scandalize would be more of a word. It would, the things they say kind of scandalize me sometimes. I mean, I think you mentioned it to us at one point, and as someone who was a wild, rambunctious child, I understand. It's payback. You know what? You're right. It's payback for all the times my neck snapped. It's payback for all the times they subjected me to the weird shit they have to say. I'm gonna be the weirdest. What I mean I'm gonna be the weirdest. I'm gonna act so hard. I'm gonna be so fucking... I'm gonna be so horny as every other character to make them so uncomfortable. Don't tell them anything. Don't tell them I said this. They'll have to watch this to figure it out. At the end of this 5-hour stream, I'm gonna be so passionate in my acting that I'm gonna make them very uncomfortable. All in good fun, of course. If they truly feel like disgusted or uncomfortable, I will stop. But like, if they don't say anything too bad, if I don't fully actually give them post-trauma PTSD, then I will be the horniest olive-eyed you will ever find. They don't have to skip to the end, in which there will be no context, because this is a very story-based game.
Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now, and that we signed the Friendship Treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of highly political nature and of our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that! Oh, can't they?
Well, I find it so fit for no reason. Dude, we had a discussion, and obviously because I'm the host, usually when I host like a group dubbing of something, I would be the main character, but because Saku has never played the game, Saku will be being Eden, and we'll be literally everyone else. What religion? Horny. The water region. The water god. The god of Klein in the water region. The wet god. I'm so sorry, I shouldn't be talking like this. I am say-so right now. I don't like to use that word, but I am a good child right now.
Yes, she is a student, but it doesn't justify her government making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her.
I have headphones. It's between the two of us. Just the two of us. Just two of us. Just two of us. We're singing completely different songs, but it's okay.
I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded we hand over the custodies of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it.
The one I'm singing, because my online friends. The one I'm singing is from Starmere, that mediocre anime I'm obsessed with. It's like Saitosoma's only song in that series.
Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for celebratory drinks. But Professor... You're right. There's no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink.
I barely remember the lyrics to Two of Us. I just remember that. Just two of us. Dun 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 dun. It wasn't the most best song in the series, but it had like a meaningful place in the series as an insert song.
You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. To La Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none.
I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release.
Oh, yes, thank you.
So Giselle Bretz won't be tried here. Why did he cough blood? I'm pretty sure he has tuberculosis. He tells you to just don't worry about it.
I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just want to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have to be natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer, I mean. What did you say to me during English class? I had my audio off.
I honestly don't remember. It's been like hours ago. We're past the 5-hour mark now.
Oh no, not me.
Oh wow, Chuck-sama's following me, probably on Twitch. Probably because I followed them.
Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again.
Well, if Truck-sama is actually here on YouTube, then hello, thank you for following. And if you weren't, lolxd.
I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I know I could trust you.
Oh, you... You are here on YouTube, Lamau! I thought you just randomly followed me on Twitch. The alerts are linked to both.
What do you mean you have to run home? Are you still in class, Liesel?
Anyway, hello Truck-sama, welcome to the end of the stream! The schedule is packed as Eiichi's hospital room. So it's empty, because Eiichi has no friends. I mean... Run me- oh. That's- I should not encourage that, but that is a very student thing to say.
That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what's the most crucial weapon that any lawyer needs in order to win?
I was told I was having to rush home and they're like...
Knowledge of the law?
Report to school now? Wait, are you ditching class and telling your teachers?
No, the ability to believe.
To believe? To believe what? Can't you just call your teachers?
A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times.
Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it.
I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in a courtroom, you can be really backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose and to believe in, and even then.
I'm not ditching my main lessons. Why do your teachers need you right now?
Well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client.
I mean, if it's just an extracurricular thing, you could just ditch it, no problem. I am a bad influence and you should not listen to whatever I say. I ditched school to play in an arcade in high school. That you stay after school on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I'm so sorry for your loss, bro.
Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me.
Well, I
Faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me.
Thanks, Kazuma. Can't relate, I'm in Asia. What, ditching school to go to the arcade? I'm sure I see it in anime all the time. Also, they got rid of the arcades around here, so I can't, like, kids my age, high school kids in this day and age can't do that anymore. My only free day is Wednesday, and after our club started on Monday and Fridays. We have 2-day clubs? Clubs were only allowed to operate on 1 day only for some weird reason at my school. I was also in art club in my last 2 years of high school.
There's something I wanted to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really.
Is this about your mission?
Something very important to me.
It sounds serious. What is...
You're still here, aren't you?
Oh, Inspector Hosonaga!
I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go!
Oh, you got kicked out? They see you in school uniform. Just don't go in your school uniform. Wear something under your school uniform and take it off. I am... don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to the shit I say. Yeah, we didn't have a uniform at my high school. I know some of the school next door, though, had a uniform. So it just depends on the schools. Here in North America, but yeah. And also, they don't really ditch because they would think you're dishing, so that's why I have to do ditch. I immediately go home. And Naruhodo ne. Just like the name of our protagonist, Naruhodo.
Think we'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory.
And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget!
Yes, that too.
Human here, wearing 2 layers is basically asking for a heat stroke. I am so sorry for your loss. Right now, it's not too cold. I did turn off my space heater, because, you know, I'm in Canada. But it's not too cold today. I even walked to work. But some days it's so cold that, like, I think I told you about my weird dreams of, like, freezing to death and stuff like that because my room is so cold. Fun times. Anyway, we're almost at the end. We got the black screen.
So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still.
Never seen snow. I've seen it once, and that's it, I'm pretty sure.
It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial.
She wants to freeze to death. I've been throwing my shoe plush at the snow whenever I can. It looks hilarious. If I can dig up the pictures again, I'll show it to you.
But more importantly, Kazuma hasn't yet managed to ask this favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life.
He's asking for you to go to England on his seed, probably. Anyway, we finally did it. We finished chapter 1.
Otsukare!
Oh my god, it's Herlock Shrooms! Do you see this? Do you see this timestamp? It's 2 o'clock here. Anyway, we're finally done Ace Attorney Chapter 1.
I thought it'd be as short as like the previous Ace Attorneys, as I said before. The intro, the first chapter being just a tutorial, so it would only take like an hour at max. I froze my Cubey plush and waterboarded it. Did you hug it after because it's nice and cold? Like, not because you like Cubey or anything. Just, is it nice and cold to hug in the summertime? Because that'd be nice. Ugh. We're now on the Just Chatting stream overlay. You know what I mean. I'm just trying to shove my Switch controllers back. I have chocolate here. Maybe I should have some chocolate. I don't actually like chocolate, but stabbing my other Joy-Con in. But it was given to me during Christmas, and I feel like I should probably eat it before it dies. Excuse me, holy crap, you did not hear that. Anyway. You know, I let the ice melt while he was running water. That's too bad. Sometimes when it's too hot, because I only have too hot and too cold, there's never okay. I have to like freeze an ice towel, and just sleep with it. I bit him and tasted my own flesh taste. Why did he taste it like flesh? Miso, you come in with like the weirdest stories. I'm sorry you have to hear this crinkle crackle of like plastic here. Okay, let's have some of this chocolate. Alright. I'm just talking with my mouth full. Hey, live your life to the fullest, no matter what. So, what's up next? Tomorrow I may or may not play Pokemon on Twitch. Anything that I say that is happening on Twitch is usually tentative. Because, YouTube is for things that like have a story or a plot line, so you can save and keep on going. Or something that, you know, I work hard on and I want it saved on the internet. Twitch is just stuff that kind of goes on forever. I had to check my messages. That's fine. I'm about to go soon anyway, and we can just talk in group chat instead. Speaking of, why don't I have my credits on this? Why don't I have my credits on my Just Chatting screen? Where is my text sources? That's not the right one, huh? Seen it in their comments by going out while it's raining and getting sick the next day. I did that, but that's because I had to get to work and I could not I'm not good. I haven't gotten good. You know, stuff. Yeah, it was like misty cold. I can talk to the Discord server. Yeah, I will after I'm done this chocolate. I was just gonna say, right, the schedule for the rest of the week. Tomorrow I may or may not play Pokemon on Twitch. Because Twitch is for things that are just like, it's gonna take a really long time to finish. So I don't want to have too much of it on my channel. What I do with those Twitch streams though is that I save them. And then I'm gonna do a highlights clip after all the Pokemon. And also with my Pokemon streams. If you ever just like taking a peek at the overlay, every time I faint, I add a counter, and by the end of the game, I will do a punishment stream. I don't know what my punishment is yet, but we'll find out. There's a dark chocolate. I got rid of the little label thing that came with it. I think it's just regular chocolate. The first one had nuts in it though.
Yeah, it was just given to me for Christmas at work as a thank you. Like, I would have preferred money, but thank you. I didn't say that, obviously. I said thank you very much for your gift. You didn't have to, blah blah blah. Sunny bylaw. Anyway, which is what I'm gonna have to say. I finally got invited to the work Lunar New Year party. I wasn't invited last year. Because they forgot I existed. Because it happens in a different branch. Because I work in a branch that doesn't have a lot of, Asian people. Thank you. But yeah, I'll probably be playing, Genshin Impact on Twitch as well. Because when you play Genshin Impact on Twitch, they give you Primo Gems. So... there's that, and I have a lot. Yes, Yuuzai's punishment game. I'll have to figure out what it is, but if you have any suggestions, you could put it in my Discord. I am not adverse to having the Fire Noodle Challenge, because Fire Noodle Challenge is the best thing ever. But it's not a challenge to me, because I eat the Samyang Fire Noodles on the regular. Our latency is so slow. But anyway, I should probably stop talking and start, like, typing instead. So, and I already closed up my box of chocolates. So, I will talk to you later. So, and anyone else who was hanging out with us, if Chuck's still here, hello. I have a Discord if you want to talk. If not, you can always just chat in the comments, because I will definitely... I would also type in, like, comment threads. Or, how about Alhaitham? My friends all rolled for Alhaitham already. I'm not in for Alhaitham, so I'm Gucci. I'm saving for Baizu in the future. And also Kave. Would you like to put ice cubes in your clothes? I already have the cooling patches for fevers and stuff, and I use those instead. They are actually a lifesaver. I was like in a very hot convention. And like, you know like how they like... you seen like Twitter or anything like that? Or any like anime news sites? Oh man, I keep talking, but you already said bye-bye. Yeah, I'm gonna say it really quick. Okay, so like, back in, fucking, I don't know, July? Anime Expo was known to be, like, hot and stuffy. My local convention also hit those numbers. It didn't make as big of, like, news, but it hit those numbers. I was dressed up as, Noir Neige Mayoi, and I was dying. But then, I put on the cooling patch, and suddenly I was better. It was amazing. It was great. Anyway, thanks for tuning in. I gotta go. I gotta go sleep. Good night.
It's coming.